Uh, hello. It's been a while since I've done Limbus Company. Yeah, ooh, Limbus Company. Okay, there's an event going on, so let's go do that. The hall was filled with a tense air, and those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was Jia Yuanchen, with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer, and at the center of it all sat Jia Shichun, unsure what to say next. Well, everyone? Jia Yuanchen seated next to the hierarch's seat upon which Shichun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. 100 houses of heads of houses, lords of each family, their proxy members, and she nods slightly, acknowledging our awkward presence, and little Shichun's guests, whose stay here at our H Corp seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous, especially Joshi Chun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. As we are all aware, venerable former Jamu has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import, the momentousness of which steered the very course of H Corp's prospects. Even after I departed the family for Q Corp, venerable former Jamu has always written missives to confer such matters with me. Something about it smells suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the venerable Jamu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H Corp. What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of this scene or something. Your Grace certainly benefits. Your Grace certainly befits your station, Lady Yuan-Chin. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Huangyuan, despite your already saturated schedule. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Yuan-Chun. Ah, my parents, a true shame that they couldn't be here, have always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Yuan-Chun. Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only obsequious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Huangyuan, their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the family hierarch war. Very well, then shall we? Welcome, Josh Jun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Huangyuan's family hierarch. Greetings, I am. Now, let us begin. For many years, all those who have been gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H Corp. Jia Shichun's expression immediately sours as Yuan-Chen unceremoniously cuts off her self-introduction. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights, auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy. Hold on, Big Sister Yuan-Chen. Passing the distributed contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction days, and the quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Josh Shichun stutters a little, flustered before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies are pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of select few families and high-ranking officials of H Corp. If I may, venerable hierarch, lining the pockets, that is quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum respect the society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? Oh, before we continue, Shichin, I'm not entirely certain if you're aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarchy, the perceived value of Hongyuan has been racing to the, for lack of a better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hongyuan's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family hierarchy. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value, a reputation free fall, and restore prosperity and greatness to Hongyuan once again. Yeah, okay, and that's the family hierarch's job, right? Why are you? If you had perused H-Corps' article of association, you would have known that should H-Corps be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors voice may also carry de facto power in the assembly. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarchy was legitimate down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we have built assiduously through years upon years of toil. So what is this, if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarchy's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? Jia Yuanchen was somehow turning the room against Shichun, representing a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly tanking H-Corps' value. No one at the assembly, not a single representative from any families present, stepped up to point out how Jia Shichun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Huang Yuan's front yard, or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Dagwan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension, despite her relative experience, but, everyone on Huang Yuan's board of directors, the head of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. So you take yourself to be a qualified individual for the responsibility, Shichin? Very well, then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years' quarterly net revenue records for Huang Yuan's singularity-related businesses, your calculations on next year's fiscal debt forecasts, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for the policies that have been registered in the last 5 years. The venerable hierarch has not received the data prior to the meeting. You must be all aware of the chaos that followed ascension. We are still discussing all available materials, dude. Isn't that funny? No one's in the history of Huang Yuan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answer regarding Huang Yuan's historical statistics. Jia Yuanchen must have known all along, too. She must have known how the previous hierarchs were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Shenhuang Worm or something of the equivalent, and she's using it to target Shichin's weaknesses. Knowingly asking questions she, the first family hierarch without the Amnana Worm, couldn't possibly answer. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch, Jamu, are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave matters of the wing to someone who is so evidently unprepared to the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to call to vote the motion of no confidence. The motion of no confidence? A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. So they're going after Shichin's power. So this is the picture Jia Yuanchen wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through her first meeting to the total near unanimous lack of support from the H-Corps board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, it seems to me they got not an ounce of respect for the last of us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see as useful. You're not the only one who's pissed off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Fuck off. Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know. How did she know? How did she know? That's what I was doing. My arse would have left the chair long over for this last. In each court, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch powers will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line? This is some needlessly convoluted way to something we now considered a motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Jia Shichun to the floor? Hold on, the vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. The Shi family has no objections. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. Shui family too. The rest of the previous family heads seem to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power wore more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Jia Yunshin's good graces. New faces, same old. Needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. "'Tis far too vexing to simply watch and do not. Right? I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking over Shichin like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. This time, I want to be courageous. With your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well, I am in agreement. Yeah, then let's go on 3 at the same time. There are no objections. 1, 2. The Assembly put the resolution to a vote in a month, and 3. Here, objection! Bloody hell, oh, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room, undivided, astonishment. I love Sinclair's growth. He has become someone with a backbone. Don Quixote, still from my seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become, with such an unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. It's so good. Certainly, mine efforts have finally borne fruit. I raised that child. What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? No! What happened there, Don Quixote? What happened to objecting together? Huh? I had taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels borrowing the title of the illustrious Red Gaze in the Department of the LCC. Disputes and succession of power on such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. Wouldst thou not agree? See, the problem is, she's not fucking stupid anymore. Why are you normal all of a sudden? It's the Sancho effect. The Sancho effect. What just happened? What happened to the clammy meek boy? Well, that's... I guess I just assumed that this is how Limbus Company rolls now. Yeah, we just make some noise. There seems to have been unexpected outbursts from Chichen's guests. Withdraw your objection, and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter it as an official statement. Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities, so please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Shichen demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarchy? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't. How could anyone, when we all had a very clear view of her path to ascension? During the family hierarchy evaluation, Zhao Baoyu donated the coins he received from Zhao Chu to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? And for your ascension, Zhao Chu and those outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there ever been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? But we have not all been witnesses to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarchy evaluation and her own ascension. You must have no shame sneaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Jia Yuchin's merciless dismantling Jia Shichun. Yet I see the point. The hierarch with her grace needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. There's no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement, coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I can only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. You have said it yourself, no? That devote of no confidence resolution to proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is very clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to set. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well, a fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of the family hierarchs, Heisho packs, and the Jalan guards. So you remove her Pao and Ju before the game even begins. Want to make this a test of serious sparring matches in both academia and martial arts, if such is the case. What an audacity. Do you truly have that much faith in Jashichun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches, no? It would be a unanimous, one-sided end to the vote of no confidence. Naturally, any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarchy shall be transferred to the board of directors. That's fine with us. You are free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of confused, flabbergasted silence from the other sinners, a clear, carefree, yet defiant voice rings out Hong Lu's retort. That's not true at all, big sister Yuan-Shin. We actually have just as much confidence in Shi-Chun as she does. His wide eyes stared directly and unblinkingly into Jia Yuan-Shin's. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. He's pissed. Impudent child, how dare he stare me down like that? Yeah, fuck you, big sister. Then you're welcome to try. 1 month, you have but 1 month to prove before all in the audience that she is indeed fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different than those that the traitors are facing, wouldn't you agree? Well then, we'll excuse ourselves now. Wait, Zigong turns around towards us with the same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. You may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight may teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take. Not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Dwagunyun's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers as a family hierarch to the board of directors? It seems that this fellow outside his mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Josh Shi-Chun's master, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Zigong gestured confidently toward the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. That was a long 16 minutes. The fuck? "12 teachers. Fuck. What about Dante, Mr. 13? We were planning to train Josh Shi-Chun anyway, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said that LCB was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you're going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, Shi-Chun. Mr. Yuan-Shin's an old snake. You just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove to the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. Shi-Chun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do, but now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right. I pretty much lucked into this position. Shi-Chun, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she was completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who just happened to be good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of family hierarch might be too much. Sag. Her self-confidence significantly decreased compared to the observation from our previous interaction. That, Shi-Chun, I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us at the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend you didn't know who we were, didn't you? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? It actually got under her skin back then. Huh. So, Shi-Chun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, Big Sister Yuan-Shin is going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. It's an indication that her testaments on her influence were true. Yep, that's true. Before she left for Q Court, Big Sister Yuan-Shin used to always accompany Jamu to these assemblies. If we just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch's scope of power, and who knows, they might even call for a reevaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yuan-Shin, I think her definition of Huang Yuan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H-Court's prosperity, it's Taekwondo Yuan's. I know that this all has to do with its ties to Q-Court, which I bet has already been going on for a while just under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back, which is not the kind of vision you have for Huang Yuan's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her. My vision for Huang Yuan is... I want to change H Court to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this, and in only 30 days. Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great. So let's decide then, huh? We just need... Oh, whoops. We just need Fall to deliver the bad news to Sot. So, to summarize, responsibility of training Shichun to win these matches. I mean, these amorphous tests upon which hinges the family hierarchy's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Jia Yichin's control. By the way, and is probably a trap, within the next 30 days is ours, and we have to explain that to Sod. Wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Postmortem reports have become quite rote. Sometime later, prithee, I was impressed upon the illustrious red gaze. That wasn't mine idea this time. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Sod. Why does this dude look so mad? Yes, and I understand as well for the 8th time. As always, Sod was wearing the same refreshing, incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious no longer lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great, then let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... So let's give it our best. I totally agree, we messed everything up. Like, well, what? The Limbus Company was always going to remain here, and since Miss Josh Shichun acclimatize herself to the responsibility of the family hierarchy, it was always a part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad I took Foster's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the J-Core incident had I known. Believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That's why he has left Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarchy's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's why they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing, allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not put in Yunshin's hands. That would have led the snake to de facto assume the seat of the family hierarchy. And such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one to challenge her head on. Besides, has this not given you an excuse you needed to prolong your company's stay in Dwaganyan? This is also a prime opportunity for Jia Shichun to further solidify her influence here. Depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence, they have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we're not, because you'll not fail. Not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back then when you said that we were all going to teach Jia Shichun, all 12 of us? I don't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. By the way, we already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results were entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Otis, that is, a statement mired in narrow vision rife with factual refractions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So you must be the one who placed last in that scale. Just don't say anything, but best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. My lord has said that from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits, from the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student's willing to learn, anything can be a teacher. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we come across. Just what in the heavens are you doing? I am preparing a lesson plan for young Chichun, our family hierarchy. Oh, she got on that fast. So what are these yellow wormy things here? There's a star, twinkling in its radiance. The unreachable star. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have negative 3 hours available for sleep. This lesson plan's execution require cooperation from T-Corp. Yeah, it would be a mistake. Most fail indeed. I shall correct it post-haste. Zigong was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Zigong's grimace? Of course, each their own, I suppose. I needed not to be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Zigong. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. Never again. That's what. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. Another student. I should check how many missions there are. I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plan as per Zigong's request. I received a total of 12 lessons planned. I like the little rabbit pin chart or whatever on her. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach class. Yeah, I handed him a lesson plan too. That's because, so who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. It ain't me. Oh, please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly? It's me. You think? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's Sinclair's drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, these papers... I'm done. Sorry I got too into making a lesson plan. I'm just gonna stop myself from writing. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed a bundle of sweat-soaked paper in Zilu's hands. And she sees it with mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? I started reading from the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches to the AAA. What does AAA mean, and how do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciating the artistry and assassinations. Fuck, you went too far. That's so funny. What does FU mean? Alright, sorry. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper has partially melted. Lady, watch yourself. You almost got some on my arm. Painting? Zilu, entrails coating the world. Now you know how aesthetics appreciate the artistry of slaughter. What the hell did you paint the paper? Hey, get it together. Zilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite a shock. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson. Thus it goes to the discard pile. Weak sauce. That's weak sauce, yo. Zilu crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Press the title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long sleeve fashions and practices. Chapter 3. Projecting confidence and why having a bug arm is totally cool. That's you know how it is. Be proud of who you are, all that philosophy stuff. I wanted this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift where we can all come to see our flaws not as failings but as evidence of our individuality. We shall usher in a world where we can carry on with our lives no matter what kind of arm we have. Discard. Next. Really quickly flip through the pages. Intro to Denigrative Linguistics, subheading, the power of words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. Holy shit. You know what they say, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words leave psychological, traumatic, blah blah blah, for the rest of your life. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for application as well. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments, criticisms, and vice versa. All this seems rather difficult to learn. I have concluded from my hitherto observations that Zhao Shichun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family heart out of me? Both. Zilu seemed quite interested, but Josh Eaton's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion. On Justice, another impressive title. Subheading, Methodologies of Captivating an Entire Room of Preoccupied Audience. Discard. Finally, wherefore? Next. Praxis of ego splitting concerning terminology conflict between the self and the reflection and paradoxically fractured theory of idealism in which one attempts to open an opening door to open the door. Thanks, Yisong. Uttering comments of discard. Perhaps Mr. Yoshi's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Survival and exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention to the exploration team leaders giving advice on the upcoming venture. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Oh wait, I forgot to take that part out! And into the shredder it went. When did the paper shredder get here? The art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or two into your mouth, especially useful when getting lectured. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do that with nuts too. Huh, so it was you who made those crunchy noises in our last meeting. What? No, dude. Now do you take me to an amateur? The art of social maneuvers. How to let it flow through you. How to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that the smiling is what brings good fortune. I like this little fucking monster. So also ways of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Danganyen people who hated him. I see. This. I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. This lesson plan was designed based on Rodian's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let's consider whether staying in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in a family heart. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack shite. Sawed off and grab your weapons. Yep, always gotta read the full print. That's my philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarchy's qualities, but our focus is not on developing a hierarchy of a syndicate. Next. Information disparity as a driver of inequitable treatment. Oh, well, that's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution and rational self-interest to Gesellschaft-driven societies, and is it still going? That was 1/5 of the title. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed, indeed. After you'd gone through the majority of our lesson plans, finally, now that that's over, it's finally my turn. Phew. Sinclair decided the gravitas of someone who's just been bestowed with the most important mission in his life. Thinking back. Even back in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So I guess you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory of self-overcoming. Oh my god. You have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So, with everything that I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on, you had me for a second. What's up with you acting like you're infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Oh, of course, I prefer a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty too. I never imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what Shichun's saying. Following that, your company's, it seems Zila's completed her review. Oh, I see. Now, how's everyone going? Class prep going well? My curriculum most special. Okay, so that's a no. That was Soda's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands. Well, it wasn't a complete bust. At least Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Miss Zigong, Miss Sod, I prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Zigong and Sod weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Zigong especially was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Zilu? I cannot bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lessons plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it's been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Josh Chun's teachers. Or shall I call you? Pupil Sinclair to be exact. This gotta be a mistake, right? Isn't Jin the pupil here? No, there hasn't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? Back to school, young man. This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Now this looks like a proper classroom. It would feel pretty dang empty of just Shichin sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sinks the resident expert on going to schools, right? School's a luxury for me, you know. Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever want to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't do all my teaching to just anyone. Don't forget, we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyper fixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least, and that's so relatable. She's just like me, for real, for real. I was sure that you see the best education provided, Sinclair. Hold on, Song. I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We were going to get this together. The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Congratulations, my lady. You have found yourself a deskmate, which someone also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. Deskmate. Bestie. What the heck does any of that mean? She's so excited. Huh? Joshie Sun's eyes wide and confusing, as though she just heard those words for the first time in her life. And she, when I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course for children of Hongmen who are raised with a purpose of becoming the next hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So that's me, besties. Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month with the other sinners as his teachers. Usually sit next to each other and help one another out. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if one forgets to do theirs. They usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. So true, bestie. Not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. It may have come a few years late, but I'm moved that my lady finally has a chance to experience in school. Same here. I remember like yesterday, Shichin would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I haven't a clue as to how or where she even heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... wait, don't you guys have lesson plans, right? Come on, hurry up. 30 days is ticking down. We've only got 30 days. Of course. Unfortunately, I've become quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson plan task to you, to Zilu and Miss Sod. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Slacker. What was that? I said nothing. So we have 12 levels, nice. Zilu and Sot appear to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken and sallow. Finally, after referencing the data secrecies and various statistical data available to us regarding each center, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. Silu, apologies. Sleep deprivation has breathed me clear of mine. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Real, social. Marching to battle will be much easier. Still, thanks to Master Zhao Chu's methodology shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true founding heart, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, do so in 30 days as promised is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into 3 super categories. They're called, what are these supposed to be? Ji, Yong, and Ren. Ji, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost him people. To speak in need of silence shall cost him words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Yong, courage. The ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. So how far are we allowed to go corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And Ren, humanity, is the benevolence of the heart, the compass of behavior that dedicates respect toward every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of the school are severely lacking in all 3 of your criteria. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Master Wei and Miss Zigong are currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Alright, Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. Why? Despite her protestations, the 30 days of class has commenced. This is so cute. Oh my god. I love the menu. I'm cultivating. Just like my Chinese novels, comics, shows. Cultivating. Okay, what the fuck do I do now? This is a mandatory class. Oh, little birdie first. Alright. Resume classes. Confirm. My name is Hisang. That is all. The class I prepared for today. I've heard plenty about your mirror tech, which makes me wonder. Going by the level of advancement in that technology, can you ever approach it from a different angle? You know how technological advancement usually goes. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed, you show much promise already. As you summarize now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I love the OST this event's using. I'm sure that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Remove all potential risks sound much more palatable than potential itself to some people after all. Correct again, yet destruction was a word that bore too much suffering from my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quondam fellows and my life's work, making myself a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With who? With myself that lies within me. As you're aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, the latent strength in the world. Yet, even among them, the reflections of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable words of the mirror chant your gaze. First, one must direct your studies inward and reflect upon oneself. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. This is so cute. I love it. Now, if you're prepared to explain what you see in the mirror, you needn't haste. For some reason, she turned and appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, it's been a while since I looked in the mirror for so long. My lady, you recall Sunjin of the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was going to show me a precious flower that blooms only at night? I remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot. I would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently, he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad I didn't go away. You're right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that. Remember, we don't have to talk about it. I was brushing my hair, looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. Who is that girl? Is that how that song goes? I don't know why, but I just found it so hard to meet her eyes. Sag. But I brushed off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway, and the family heart war was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame, but it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless. Nay, especially so if it was. Sinclair, what do you see? I see. Well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself I had hidden away for a long time. I learned how to be true to myself by looking into the mirror. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. I gotta get this to 1,000, the fuck. Physical approach to ego in the reflected world, level up to expert. Lash resist, nice. The fuck is a combo? It's true that station of teaching is prone to view one with a sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and Shichin both sat with a bit of apprehension as well, which is understandable given what Sod told them some time before the lesson started. Some time ago. What is who's been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while finally decided to voice her doubts to Sod. So what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look like it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales, and why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixtures often appear when history is in the making? Let us see here. Don Quixote took a second to save it a moment, as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fixtures, whose honored names were engraved in history? Very well. Let's commence this lesson with the tale of the fixer Yue Fei. Oh, a history lesson. This tale beginneth in the year sometime later. Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk at such length? She's been going for ages. Thus cometh the time to test thy dedication to this class. The knowledge that should naturally come with it. I'll pop quiz if thou will. Wow, that's hilarious. When she even find the time to prepare this? I can assure thee, this is a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hast paid attention in class, worthy not. Lecture from hell. Does this pop quiz has prizes? Of course, came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer, I shall bestow upon thee from the very chest of mine these precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hold on and pause, for there is a bonus reward for the victor, who by the end of this match carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of the protagonist in this theatrical play of my making, Fixer Chronicles, UFA. This is an just an opportunity of in a lifetime. I'm still not really. It's not doing anything for us, either of us. It's still pretty useless for art, but if you train this into competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What, scared you lose? Is history your weakness or something? I'll have you know, I was a teacher in every single history class I took. And I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered praise for from every master I ever had. Okay, if that's how you want to play it. I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Shichun. Fucking Sinclair. He's so funny now. But then let me tell you that I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day, and on one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Miss Josh Chun's finally getting a feel for how friendships close in age are forged in school. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there's some experiences you just can't learn from teachers. A TikTok response. This year 505, what is the history community's consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer UFA is said to have partaken? Allow me to impart the major clue. If thou had paid attention as I discourse upon the 5 pillages in which the Fixer UFA was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The Honorable Fixer the Cerulean in Heaven, who attained triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, has said, what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career? I got it, it's when she had to forge onward despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Damn it, I was too slow. Fee Yang Shichun, thou art incorrect. Honorable Fixer the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies in a repair that was not luscious. The supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. What thou hast suggested, Young Shichun, was her 17th most difficult ordeal. Oh my fucking god. She's speaking like she was actually there. Dying impression is quite understandable, for I am trained the ways of vividly regaling these tales, but most of these tales I have learned from books. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such an audience, enough to study the ways of the minstrels. There's a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. Yeah. Time certainly flies when hearing tales of exciting adventures. I love the little fucking rider pose she does. Oh, that increases your morale? What? What's the secret technique the Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the case of the Fey Forest? Speak his name in full. I could, it's a Summer Night Fantasia. Yeah, I cannot let pass such an unmotivated telling of his super ultimate move. Hardly can one internalize the true noble spirit of Fixer by simply reciting it with such apathy. Thou must recreate the exact pose and enunciation. Are you kidding me? Come on, you can do this, Josh. You can do this. This is nothing. Illusions of Midsummer Night shall devour thee whole. She's doing it all. Don Quixote's crying. Oh my gosh, she's so proud. Summer Night Fantasia. The enunciation was quite shaky upon the word illusions, yet thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage, thus I bestow upon thee dispatch. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante lights, left side. Gotcha. Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Joshi Chun's two-person play, suddenly wiped her tears away. Bravo, bravo. Certain minor details were missed, such as that UFA, the Fixer, was left-handed, and that he had a habit of playing with a lighter in his left pocket before every duel. Yet, 'twas a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. She's so happy. When faced with great adversity and dying adventures, rekindle the memory of UFA, the Fixer's final duel. Remembered well. Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. Huh, it was just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with Fixers. Clutched tightly in Chichin's hands are the badges Don Quixote has gifted to her. I was completely absorbed in the exhilarating tales of Fixers. I even forgot to breathe at one point. I think I'll be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. Josh, you can gain 60 max HP. Hell yeah. So we can take... What the fuck? Put this away. Oh, I have to select like this? Okay, okay, I see now. I see, I'm learning. Boom. This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H-core. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-core singularity which has been enduring for such a long time. Huh, you look kind of upbeat today, Miss Voss. Indeed, an opportunity to study the old H-core singularity is not one that comes often. As there was a potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to assemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles, though, Miss Voss? Mephistopheles is indeed Voss' work, but not all of it was mine. It's possible that Voss may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it could be reassembled in my own hands. Yeah, sure. Man should learn various detailed mechanical fundamentals about old H-core technology. What the fuck? She's doing blackface? So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I get to learn more about the old H-car. I don't think I can do much against the reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will suddenly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that iniquitous thing. The day when Hongren can be a place where people can live without fear, without the fear of the encroaching reconstruction days, without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they'll follow or not. Until Hongren can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too. Miss Frost, Bang! The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There's supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? Combo! Taxidermy geniuses. Combo! Fixer Associate Encyclopedia for Dummies. Expert. Flash resist, nice. Unlike some other classes, which were more on the upbeat side of things, the room's air fell grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Krager had written on the chalkboard. On war. Losing Wing War leaves a much larger, longer, and lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss Chichin here failed to finish her ascension. It was spread like wildfire too. So my class is going to be about what exactly happens when a war... Oh, the piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's finger as he went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was trembling as though the room temperature had plummeted only for him. Man, why is it got... Excuse me, Missy Lou. It was okay if I smoke. Go ahead. You good? Well, when else am I going to get a chance to share the realities of war right to a wing chief executive's officer's face, huh? The moments that just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly doubt Miss Chichin's got her other stuff to deal with, huh? So, let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. Now I know enough about urban trench warfare to give my own explanation of my own. I know the mustard gas one. From, what was it? Oh, fuck, I forgot which one. It's one of the world wars. They used that trench warfare over the... and then they're like, fuck, these trenches are too good, so they made like mustard gas to combat it or something. And that's why the smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times, so everyone tried to draw each other out to an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that a former G Corps found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Donganyun could make a pretty good use of Hongyuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisha know and use very well. Exactly. This should explain why they were hesitating outside Donganyun. Remember the dumb fellas? The ones we met up who were going in circles? Not to mention how the Heisha all utilized the topography of Hongyuan differently. Even if an outsider were to go read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hongyuan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are standing, Hongyuan is unassailable. Well, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know that the best answer in all warfare is not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to not only witness, but go through all of that. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off those stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war, he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city. Its every gear calibrated to the slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There he must have witnessed things far worse than the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veiled bygone past, shaking restlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy, sorry fellas. I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened. That I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No, everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hongyuan needs to come to an end soon. Lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Wait for me! Even after the two students had left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up a cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on a chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after almost emptying the entire pack. I think I can do this, right? How are classes going, Shichin? I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention to the class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. It's going to be another serious class. Apologies for the delay. Greetings. Dayu, the Lin family, formally extends her greetings to the venerable hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Baochai? Are you sure it's okay for a Shui family bodyguard to be here? I am no longer employed as Miss Baochai's guard. We don't know we got you everything I did that day, including company U, was under Miss Baochai's orders. That's why she no longer needed my services. I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so... You taught me a thing or two, we were still kids, but come on, you spent most of your time stuck in Yi Hongyuan before leaving Hongyuan. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, Shichin. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Shichin Sinclair is, in clear, neat handwriting, Honglu wrote, surviving Hongyuan on the chalkboard. Oh well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your share of assassination attempts, big bro, but previous Arrogant Elders sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. They'll Dante tell us to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind prepare the thing? You have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Linda appeared with 4 bowls blushing with tea before sprinkling some powder into one of them. What's that? It's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contain poison, right? You can stop now. I learned to recognize infamous poisons like wolfsbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you're suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. Lin Dayu continued her process, sprinkling wolf painting powder into 2 more bowls. Honglu, who was watching that with an oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on with the speed at which Lin Dayu swapped around the bowls. When we looked back at Honglu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Those silver spoons were custom made at Dong Yuan's request. A must-have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, no, they're actually what? It's nothing. Hong Yuan, where we are beset by threats of assassinations from all directions. Knowledge alone is enough to save you. What the heck are you? But Hong Liu opens his eyes before Jiaxi Chun can finish her sentence. Then he throws a silver spoon in his hand, like throwing pins towards 3 of the bowls, and immediately chugs the 4th bowl which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you saying you barely even checked them for? Shen's newer tea is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Hong Liu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Has Wolfbane's poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poison, Dagenyan. Since everyone has been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I don't know too. Do they sound different or something? Yeah, I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch. How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know. You get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we be on the 2 bowls? I managed to tell the difference between the bowls by reading Hong Lu and Dayu's subtle tells. I see. When you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you reflexively identified the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. Ah, you were using Miss Dayu's anxious breathing to clue you in, so this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Shichin. I know that adepts of each Heisho will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. I know that your residence, Nanshengwu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. When it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. You're wrong, worrying over nothing. Jiaxi Chun whipped around away from Honglu as if to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. Hilarious. Expert. My war tales. Every 6 days, you'll be subject to midterms prepared by the board of directors, Jia Yunshin. A pelican has been prepared to take you to exam sites, and only by passing the test may Jia Shichin retain her status as a family hierarch. My lady. Oh, don't worry yourself over much. Master Wei, you sound like you're at a funeral. She'll pass these tests with ease, as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, I simply hope I can survive until she returns. Seeing that Wei's rather funereal voice wasn't just out of his concern for Shichin. Wei, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them, even in dreams. The unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading over me like a storm, burying me. Steel yourself, for that was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. Notice. Yay! Versus. Who's this? Midterm. Hey, one of the she-boys. We finally meet. I had hoped to fight you in the family heart war. If you run into me, then isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? Those of the family heart war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War's not easy. It never is. War. War never changes. What are you on about all of a sudden? It's not something that we should be talking so lightly about, even as a joke. Family was arrested because they're under investigation for treason against Dong Yuan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given that they'll be ruled as guilty, regardless of what really happened. You know I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hongyuan. They're not hidden. All holding cells in Hongyuan have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does sound like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions, though I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of Hongyuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where'd you... I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Man, I should have upon myself a bit too. Huh, you did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I got my own things to take care of. Good. Come on, let's do this. Many illustrious pictures of the past have said that not but the spirit awaits unjust victories. All the Don Quixote lessons. What the fuck? I can't choose? Good for you. You won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family heart war, didn't you? Yeah. So what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah. You little... I'm sure that's what I look like to you too. I don't want your... Sorry, every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win. I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind. Because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hongyuan itself. Shi Huanjin, you're tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You knew my name, ma'am? I do. So what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hongyuan? Okay, let's see. I want to make these all experts. Oh, I gotta put Don Quixote here. Hello, hello. Heard you managed to come on top in your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely gonna come in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? Oh, for this game, I'm just exploring right now, you know. I literally just started, so I don't even know what combos are there yet. You're teaching me about exploring, huh? It's going to be an indoors class. Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing to the top of the highest building in Hongyuan, surviving 10 days in Hongyuan, backstreets with only 3 items. I have plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. A few weeks ago. So, I'm just here to fill in, since this game needs a certain number of players, but really, can you really call this tabletop game an adventure? Yet in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as, what a move. Oh, nice. I'm gonna roll for damage. Young Ishmael, thus, it absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with dive fireball spell, rendering it most crispy. Are you playing Dungeons and Dragons? That's funny. It was a formidable foe. That was a wonderfully executed, Mr. Ishmael. Huh, really? Well then, that's my next move. And that's how you came up with this? I played a few other games, but this is new for me too. I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Chonghu Journeys, or J&J. It's a popular game among Huangyuan's youth. It's got generally positive reviews. Oh my god, it's Dungeons and Dragons. What Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge pile of papers have to do with the exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the JM. The JM. Yeah, Journey Master. Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most experienced player takes that role, which would be me. Wisdom, strength, dexterity. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Ah, looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this one. So I'm supposed to be playing this character's role? Sinclair and Jashichun picked up their cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyun, Smoke Cloud, a place known to be the gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You traveled here in search of a legendary treasure called the Tianya Sword, the Sword of Farland. Sword of Yanyun, city of Yanyun. Huh, cool. So why are we looking for that sword again? It's because so this legend Yanyun about how the sword of that's Tianya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. And also about how having that sword is proof of the true leader of these lands, and so on and so forth, you know? Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. First time. I see. The city called Yanyun must be in a lot of trouble too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Joshua nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to go find that sword. Then I'll claim the Tianya sword no matter what it costs me. Joshua nods with determination. What a wonderful adventure that was. I'm so excited for our next session. I mean, class. From the rumors you gather, it seems that the Kuchun Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of the sword. What do you do? I walk over to the Kuchun Keep, chat him up, and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your wisdom is extremely low right now, which means that you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. What if I found a different way to get the Kuchun Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet talking him? I do have a pretty high strength stat, which should give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require skill in speechcraft. The Heathcliff method. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kuchun Keep. I think I've got a decent chance at this. My whiz is pretty high. And you pass the check. The Kuchun Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not using Chloride. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay then. I guess I'll just stand in the corner over there, unsheath my weapon, and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? He's a thug now. I hate you give. You're just role-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? The fuck? I called it. The Kuchun Keep share some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northeast toward Yinji Mountain, Cloudrise. But what's this? Their tears begin to well in the Kuchun Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently a patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly. Just for luring around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no. That's too bad, but we got a job to do. Since we have what we came here for, we leave the Kuchun. Well, they say the JMs aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choice, but let's be honest. I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to get him that medicine. What? After a few turns of various trials and tribulations for Sinclair, the Kuchun Keep's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears his story and hesitantly shares what he knows. You realize what he's talking about. You realize that he's talking about the fairy Yaoguai, guardian of the Tiana sword. It explains that the fairy Yaoguai's power goes under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky is overcast. Hearing that, then Keeper's son takes a quick look at the clouds and tells you that it might be raining about a week. Glad we helped him out. Okay, let's make sure we prepared more before we go. You're gonna have to roll 15 or higher to hit. Oh my god. Sinclair is stressing out. I know, I'm focused. Hey, I rolled a 16. With a final singular strike from Jashichun, Fairy Yaguai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tiana sword is ours. Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. If this, we can. However, the defeated Fairy Yaguai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to his feet and lunges at Jashichun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. No! I quickly get between Shichun and the monster. But it's going to be pretty deadly, even for you. Let's see if we can make the evasion save. One and another one. Nope, that's a critical fail. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yaguai lies still as well, the final vestiges of his strength completely spent. Sinclair! Oh, he's dying! Go on without me. Take that sword and go down to the village. Become the leader they need. That sword as your proof. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything about my adventuring buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair up and carry him back. I won't leave him behind and descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know. That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here together. Grab onto my shoulder. That's it, step by step. Hey, Shichun, look over there. Everyone we'd helped and saved on our journeys come out to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped and talked to every single villager there to hear their troubles. The sword was only a symbol along. All our efforts and the experiences we gained on our journey for the sword, what taught me how to be a good leader, not the sword itself. You're right. The real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. Nice. So that's minus 18. So 12, 20 minus 20. Oh, this increases the morale. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. Then I will share an excerpt from this Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote. On 32 days ago, what? Excuse me, Dante. I'm sorry to have asked you this, but most of us are fairly wounded, so can you please start the clock just one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjections weigh down your request. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really stutter that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions in delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Let's commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Huh? Well, okay, sure. Seems easy enough. He's fucking dying. Suddenly, Marcel let out a cry as he clutched his chest and fell to the floor. Are you okay? Marcel, are you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? To what? Who wished to? What? Despite your belief that no one will ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of that incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. Class over. I saw right through every assassination method Hong Li prepared. Nice. Combo 925. What a wonderful adventure that was. I'm so excited for our next session. I mean class. So these three is a combo. Week employees of the month. That's another combo. Oh, that just restores morale. All stats +1. Class over. Attention! Today's lesson will cover intelligent acquisition. In other words, men, you'll learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous with my spending and by setting a good example as a superior. They eventually open up. Foolishness, eh? That is among the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. You not see how wasteful it is to spend the limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is torture. Torture? Huh, I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up actually killing them, foolishness, foolishness. Can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short if that's all you can think of when you hear the word torture. Then this unit. This isn't exactly a military unit. Then this Huang Yuan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. While I'm waiting, get on with your lesson. Eventually, Huang Yuan seemed to put Shichun in a thoughtful mood as she stopped arguing and began to focus on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical things like waterboarding, electrocution, are all inferior. Today, you will learn the torture of language. With this method, you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them, and let them take brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you'll be learning today. To your position, cadets. Shall never surrender. Learn some threats and intimidating expressions I could use to find the target. So this restores morale as well. All stats +1. However, create a solution to all kinds of trials we face in the adventure. Alright. Who are we fighting? So I hear you defeated Shi Huanzhen. You would do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Have you learned not to underestimate the family underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know? You see, I managed to talk Shi Huanzhen into, what? No, can't be. You can have spilled the beans on my parents. My men are already underway. But how did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get to my hiding spot there. Oh, so it's Block 32. Did you just... I did. Huh, that was way easier than it was during class. I heard stories about how you've changed. I didn't know you had changed as such a heartless woman. She didn't even do anything. What the fuck? Say something, damn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly things like that, is that it? That may be fit to see the hierarchy, however. A leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools, is bound to rot. I, Xi Jing, refuse to let someone so unqualified such as you retain power. What the fuck, counter? Oh my god, unbreakable. What was that? Combo? Wait, this is a little longer than I thought it would be. So, probably gonna be here all night. Damn it, I was so close. Did you ever take time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yuan-Chin actually gained control of Hong Yuan? Sure, it's gonna be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up and compensate you for your efforts, but soon you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans that are going to suffer first, and when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off of Big Sister Yuan-Chin's forces, when in reality, she had already discarded them even before it began. She's made sure that nothing about this treason is going to stick to her. Mother, father. Now, let's think about this carefully. About Jia Yuan-Chin's vision for Dongyan. Will it be more H-Corps or Q-Corps? I see the point you're making, but you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside when you're no longer useful? So about that hiding place where you put your parents, you just accidentally let slip. I had known their whereabouts for a while actually. My HR had identified their location long ago, but I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? So how low is your opinion of the hierarchy? Big Sister Yuan-Chin made a big show of her own influence at assembly, but I still have a tight control over the hate show of the family hierarchy. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. Once again, that leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them. Why would any hierarchy go around arresting innocent people of H-Corps left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. Ryochu taking care of children. Oh my god. Of course the mom would be doing that. Oh my god. Today, kids taking with kids. Teaching kids to do with kids, huh? Teaching kids to deal with kids. I was so close. I was so close. Holy shit. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that ale black hair discarded my lesson plan. That annoying, lousy black hair. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zila wasn't there, artless or otherwise. In today's class, I will slice your neck clean if you're a... Oh, God. This is something stupid, right? What? But I will... I don't know what this means. I'll scan if you're a UC. Huh? I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult, but I'll soothe, coax, and nurture if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? Mood awful. No. Just listen carefully. Evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. Machine translation, kids. Okay. I don't know this. Teach lesson, kids. Ah, yes, there's much to learn. Okay. There's much to learn, kids. Okay. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Yes. Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I brought a child from the Wong family. Why shouldn't... No, wait, what? You brought a who from a what family upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed this rich kid's attendant. You could bring her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, just who do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Yoshi snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothing a few times, and only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kind of trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. The kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They're the experiences that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting all serious? Acting serious all of a sudden? No, I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother's value are what's... Anyways, moving on. You heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. But you've got your work cut out for you. Children and Doggy are extremely wary of anyone who's not their immediate family. Yeah, but she's a mom, so fuck you. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified, and I imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings too. I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. Whoa! Laughing and playing with children brought back fond memories of my own childhood. Take axe. Take a child to school. Wow, he's really taking a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we try to calm him down. Besides, how'd she even do that with her hands? Not even master a martial arts move like that. Yoshi was practically giving him no time for any other distractions or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. She was employing all kinds of tactics, including, but not limited to, ventriloquism, kongju, a traditional Hongyan toy, fan tricks, sugar fruits, and eventually... Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu. The fear he showed earlier, gone without a trace. Never would imagine Ryoshu would be good at this. Neat. And with that exact same expression as her usual one, Ryoshu was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping to understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. I started to make some progress, but whenever he suspected I was lying or something, he immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Dagonyan kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if you're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's going to depend on what you're about to ask whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, rookie Hierarch. Why say all that when TWTD? You don't get the immaculately succinct abbreviations when there wasn't the. Ryoshi grabbed the child's shoulder, brought him before Joshi-chun. Then her usual curtness spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child, and that seemed to do the trick. When 2 words do the trick. Speak, kid. It's, my big sis said that when the family hierarchy war is over, I can finally play tons with friends. But her parents told him to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and baddest of Hong Yuan, Venerable Hierarch. So I want to ask if you can make Dogunion safe. I want to play with my friends. Gotcha, I will review your suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, after she guided the child to the classroom, I found Joshi-chun whispering something to herself. You got a lot on your plate, huh? The restructuring days is just one of them. I'm going to try to improve the safety of this place anyway, whether you ask me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid of going outside. So, no combo. Oh, of course these two have a combo. Morale is too low. Okay. So, these two didn't have combo. What about this? Oh, hell yeah. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. So you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know, it just kind of feels oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Mahjong. Sinclair, given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear, I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Wait, stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table. I'm only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork, as there is still much work to be done. I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy, you know this game needs 4 players. I refuse the invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity, and what audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and here I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, I get it. Don't play a game you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy, I subscribe to it. Do you seriously think that your shallow obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? Oh, what? Sorry, Scrub says what? So wait, join the table. Alrighty, the lesson is pretty straightforward. You 3 will work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have this special power to read into your minds while even hearing a word out of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see. Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously watering over there. You're looking to form a pen, aren't you? Oof. And Shichin, you... And you want this dong tile that I've got. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. And wait, you... Using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? This isn't going to be easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me a seat at this table. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad. But you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one zhong tile, don't you? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile, cause it's not there. Gah! Whoa! I'm reading fucking Akagi. I see, you called Gong Bell so you can claim the Zhong, which was the rearmost tile, didn't you? Does that by any chance imply that you know somehow that you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? Nah, no way. I just had a sixth sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows, but very well, then I'll be setting this Hua aside and I'm impressed. They're too intense, I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Yeah, the OST is a killer this time. I love it. Shh, my lady, the importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see. Swapped out your ready hand, didn't ya? What do you think? 3 Hua tiles in a row, huh? I see you got some luck too. Very well, then I'll wager it all on this Wansu. I won. That's a Qing Yaoju. Hand, your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard Zhong. Ah, darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? Mood awful. Oh, I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I bring some tea. When Victorious stumbles out of the room with his shoulders slumped. The comedy duo. By playing various games with Rhodia, I didn't just learn how to hide my expressions, I learned how to hide my gesture tells too. Huge success next class. Hotboxed. Oh, this class. Morale restored. Morale restored. Wow, what the fuck? I gotta find like something like all 3 of them. Oh, so this tells you if there's a combo. That's cool. Alright, what do we have? Oh, I guess I've already discovered it. So no combos here. What do I have? This one. So Otis and Ishmael have one together. Who heals who though? So Otis heals. Okay, so Otis, Ishmael. Oh yeah, I guess we'll see what that does. No combo. I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother Chew. Every hand, once in a circulation, goes round and round until it eventually returns to the original owners. I also heard that some of the Wang family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know, this is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mothers know in whose hands the true political power of Hongyuan lies right now. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to voice. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers are done. That be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yunshin generally believes that I'm not fit to be the family heart, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Hongyun's best interest at heart with all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface? All those business deals and clearly skewed policies? I do not. But if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that about half of the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Jia Yunshin's retaliation. So your main task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you got that lost and wandering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Hongyun's tomorrow. Anyways, I shall probably do as I'm told for now. My cousin will be your opponent today. I won't accept you as my heart just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것. 조금씩 앞으로. 봉황의 날개처럼.
Oh, it's a passive.
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
What? He has something to say to my face. Yeah, don't give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That buzzcut kid was her little brother. You can barely even hold onto your seat, which you're about to lose anyway. You have the gall to give him false hope? I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know. I heard from the kid that you seemed to believe upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time after being barred from playing with his friends with how things are in Hongyuan. Shut up. Besides, it's not all just hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I'll change Hongyuan to be a place where everyone can live without fear. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You will fail, not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Yuanshin's Hongyuan looks like. It will be exactly the same in essence, and it will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we carried all our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. Wang Shen left in a hurry, but that look in her eyes told me that there was a conflict brewing in her. Fighting's all about morale. Alright. So, okay, you know, these two has to have a combo. Perhaps. Maybe. Let's see. Right, lads, listen up. This ain't going to be like the boring old classes you've been sitting through. What the fuck's he got? You got to leave this desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? Right, so here's the deal. You will want to break their morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl? Learn this by heart and you'll be kicking those twats' arses left, right, and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So Heathcliff, I've got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today. Looks a lot more colorful too. Bloke's lad catches on quick. That way, Bloke said something about how swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. That high-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. Boop. I see. They made her so moe, what the fuck? Don't you underestimate me just because I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders, eyes wide open. Let's get cracking. Was that Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon toward the sky? It made a small bloop noise. Family matters. What? Morale laws? The fuck? I'll never use them together again. I learned the art of mad dogging, and decisive action. 40 morale restored. Thank you. Holy fucking shit. Here to come up with creative solutions. Blah 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 blah. Find her out, fucker. Find out. So is it 40 morale restored? What the fuck? Why is this all like negative? So nothing. Sinclair plus 50% from all stats gained from classes. What the fuck? Why did he get like a bonus one though? Who the fuck is this? This class, after an uncharacteristic pause, Zilu continued, will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your tutelage. A guest lecturer? I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know. Maybe they're lost? A little bird told me that the venerable hierarch will give me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from Dog Yuan's brewer. Phew. There any truth to that, folks? The guy. Just stopping by to see if I can leach some liquor at this party. Hong Yun's an awfully miserly place, but you spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in our room after the first round of the family hierarch was over. He what? The family hierarch war has been over for a while, and everyone in Hong Yun knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you, who only knows how to mooch off of other families, set foot in here? Looks like I'm going to give my clan a stern talking to. How could they let slip a drunk assassin like? I see that our youthful heart is plenty suspicious. I've been a guest in many places, but please, I am no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor with scenic landscapes at my bar. The sky is my ceiling, and the dirt is my bed. The man who had introduced himself as the night drifter, the drunken palm, leaped down, leaning with dexterity that betrayed the rags he wore as clothing and this terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. Is he seriously? Greetings, Mr. Chin. Apparently Jia Yuan-Chin is bestowed upon your new master. Huh? Mr. Yuan-Chin? She also wanted us to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte hierarch who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I am beside myself with gratitude. So what? That's the supposed teacher. This mysterious guy, mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time. As you said, the family hierarchy war is over, and even mongrels of Hongyuan know who has the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest was nothing more than a business, a job to take care of in return for what compensation you gave me. I hope you don't carry that grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals in the family hierarchy war out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Baoyu for they promised to pay off my bar tab, and I'm here to give the hierarchy a lesson, for they promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker living hand to mouth like myself, don't you think? I have eyes at the optics, and the consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by Jia Yuan-Chin herself is not going to look too good. I know, it's only going to make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister Yuan-Chin more ammunition to take me down. And you there, we will have our eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Phooey, ain't that threat. I can hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Despite So's dead serious warning, the night drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Before I began the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. No, give me a demonstration if you'll swing away. That's enough. But I didn't. I was just getting started. Your form is flawed and your breathing's hollow. Need I say more? Flawed forms of invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is amateurish. What the heck, is this guy serious? I have never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight, and the legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy. Indeed, most masters do not bother themselves to find fault there. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants no more? Huh? There's more to this than raw strength. Now take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Jia takes a powerful swing at the night drifter. Your mind outpaces your body. Your intent more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, for it has very little heart for feints. But he deftly weaves his way between her strikes, which fail to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. You are far too eager to strike. Focus singularly on your opponent with force distributed unevenly across your body. So you'll fail to cut and gain a little hole as comeuppance. Then the night drifter pokes Jia back with the twig. Everyone vying for the seat of the family hierarch has to go through it eventually. The first kill. Some say the earlier the better. Mine was when I was 13. Not too early, not too late, just right. It had already been a few years since my foolish brother locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that, dumbass. Trying to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax, let the unnecessary strength go, let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey, wait, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time, but what if they give him a way worse poison next time? You know, young Master Bao, you won't accept your gift, my lady. I thought he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical, zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how... My lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of anatta, the non-self, while what they seek is the path of asura, reserved for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to let go of everything except for the self. What kind of life is it to live without stepping over others? Let it all go, the gazes, the pressures, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself. And feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, Shichun's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips seems to have found peace as well. She's got it. Well then, what should we do about you, my overconfident, proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. If my memories haven't failed me yet, you were one of young Master Jawbao Yu's underlings, correct? Underling? Yeah, however you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. Just why do you think it was that you, specifically you among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside a young hierarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden pointed question, but he soon gained his composure and replied, well, who else besides me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote's going to ditch the class out of boredom. Same goes for Rhodia, and Otis will try to take over the classes, not to mention what it'd be like to have Heathcliff here in. Such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less than what I've already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. Then the night drifter giggled flippantly, the suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. Meditated to empty everything except for the self. I'm still getting there, but I think I found an idea. Ending of yesterday, friend of today. Another combo discovered. See, what combos have I discovered? Like a false one somewhere. Actually pretty similar. What the fuck? What it needs is kindness. Damn, I thought he died. What the fuck? Damn, I'm glad I got my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the recovery room sound very enticing. I really wish I was there to watch it all. Have the family heads getting arrested for treason, to see the family heart going to some inexperienced kid from the Jia family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off, and how she's now been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't show your face at a regular assembly, so I doubt you have any concern for the future Hong Yuan. So just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게. 좋아, 구조는 파악했어. 더 이상 두렵지 않아. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면 자, 알고 있는 걸 전부 말해. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death, or stab me in the heart, cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel is just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes, and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter. You're just gonna let them slink away without these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarchy war is over. I'm not gonna kill someone just because they're a bit uncooperative. Get real. Do you have any idea how long it will take for you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Hey, wanna hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish a position as a family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. Hang my corpse by the entrance of that assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message, and station every single one of your hateful packs between every pillar to the assembly hall. If anyone dares speak out against you, snip, chop off their head before they can get another word out. 5 days. It'll take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand, and that's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Hongyun a place where people can live without fear. I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expectations. It'll only take a few years until you break, until you become just like them. Just like the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. So how many people here do you think still have any grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly around Dagon Yen. I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by this time that happens. If something entertaining is gonna happen, I can only hope that it happens while I'm still sane. Shui Pan sauntered away, but Jia Shichin found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You have passed the 4 exams with flying colors. You certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am... My lady? Jia Shichin seems deeply engrossed in thought. Sleep. My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? Shichin? When these classes end and you guys all leave, I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin can pop up out of nowhere and kill me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia and worried that I'll start watching at shadows cast from lamplights. So would it mean anything for me to, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch. Now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it? If those bastards' only thought in their empty heads is how they can expand their rooms. Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky, is it a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Well, I've rarely done it back when I was at school, but when there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Oh, I've only done it once myself, after a friend talked me into it. I agree. Seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well, let's play just one hooky. He's so funny. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? Gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? You're in a really bad mood today, huh? My lady, have you visited the backyard by the Lucia Hermitage as of late? Snowy, no, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from the massacre a decade ago, turned the pond foul, and decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed, they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses or risk passing out. So why even bring up something awful like that? It seems that tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow. The willow tree reached deep into the pond with its root, clearing it of the foul grease, cleansing the water. One day, we found it clear and glittering, thriving, without other aquatic plants growing within. It's covered from the rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps in there, and when they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on their first day there. Would you like to pay a pond a visit? If it is alright with you. Chichin didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. You're kidding. I've avoided this place for so long. I never thought it could be this clean again. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened was that this tree happened to take root here. What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind then, and I was quite swamped with work, but the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow, as long as there is a steady root to rally around. After a long break, that seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart too. Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Hell yeah. Alright, class, here's a new task to help you learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost, so don't. It don't matter how many they are, or how threatening they look, yeah? Take me for example, have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop no matter what enemy we were put against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world you can't solve by boldly rushing in headfirst. Ishmael Otis would have boldly rushed in headfirst to shake him by his lapels if they'd been here. Here's what I think. Neither of you got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? Joshi Chun maintained her silence, the old scar on her pride growing sore again. So let me help you grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lad. Stand proud. Okay, but how could I? Don't worry about offending me, yeah? I can take it. Like you two, I built up enough thick skin for all kinds of insults thanks to my years in the back streets. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah, well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing there is standing around and trying to look cool. Oh, that one's got to sting a little. That's it, you little shite. Is what I would have said back in the day. I probably would have struck you with this hammer. I mean, my club. But I've changed too. And so did you. I can see the fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling. Yeah. I will. Now let's practice. It looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. Huh? You mean us? Me and Shichin? I grew my backbone by getting to fisticuffs with the boys back during my Backstreet days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? Is that what Bessie's supposed to mean? Yes. Josh asked with considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess. You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 걸. 좋아, 구조는 파악했어. 봉황의 날개처럼. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
Hell yeah.
다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아. 꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만
Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, lad. That was much closer than I thought. Good match. Geez, so most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets. What the heck was that at the end? The two of them clashed with everything they learned and with all they learned up until the lessons began. I thought for sure that Joshi Chun would come out on top while breaking sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and the tough training Joshi Chun had as a family heart candidate, but perhaps thanks to that night drifter's teaching, or thanks to that mark on his forehead. I saw a glimpse of Sinclair I'd only seen in a select few mirror worlds. You alright, Sinclair? Yeah. It's not like we were going at it with real weapons, and the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully, so I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a bit of fever on my forehead, though. It didn't seem like Sinclair noticed a single, yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. It's not like anything bad happened when that mark manifested back in La Mancha Land, but considering that Damien and Rim were the only other people who'd ever shown that mark, I couldn't help but worry a little. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tells me that your life hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world all on my own, and that was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life, after all. I did leave Dongyuan by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I felt unutterably lost. There was so much I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were that ready for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost back home, though. And then there's Heathcliff, too. He also left home. Some time ago, we paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of a journey back he spent gussing up and pimping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Alright, they're all master now. So, are you going to teach us any techniques? It's only been a few days since your training began yet. My other martial arts teachers would teach me their secret techniques. So that's what you two got you two pouting all lesson. Now that's some good wine. Very well. I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. The slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, your breaths, erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. The night drifter stands before us, but his presence becomes as hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons in your hands. Forget your structured forms. Break the mold. Become the flow. Let only your will remain. Randomness seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they were also so hypnotic and floaty that Joshi Chun and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Stab without thinking, penetrate without gazing. Both Joshi Chun and Sinclair's necks were marked by small imprints of the twig that pressed their skin. Zilu, who had been standing next to me all along, had leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. My neck hurts too. I guess I wasn't inspired from the lesson. I wonder if this fits that saying he songs to others from time to time, to lose one's nose with eyes open. Mercer Sills, make sure your descent is slow and gradual. We've been focusing entirely on the self of your swings thus far, so you should find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly and gradually to empty your mind already? I'd have taught you my everything had you entered under my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax more. Someone near O'Hara has found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Well, in that case, that's something good, some good wine, indeed. I guess I'll go with something like Placid Sleep Unrestrained Ripples. That name sucks. The class comes to the end of an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zilu, who'd been observing the class from a distance, approaches the Night Drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. Hardly can one find a people willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements like the Veil. I'm only fortunate enough to have found two pupils who are indeed willing. Your gait, your tone. Were you among the 10 Blades of the East? No, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't quite recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. The past is like smoke. I've long emptied any history worth delving into. Nice. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? That's precisely why I've installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door. We're here when the lessons first began. Messages from the Hearts. The greatest strength of Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns that have been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the massive anonymity. The box is quite heavy. It seems that everyone's been making it quite deliberate use of this. Let's see. The one on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oh, I've got to ask. Do those consultations even do anything? Does this mass anonymity even do anything? Also, what's the point of these messages anyway? If you got to whinge at their face. Well, I ain't got much else to say, so I've got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about that, yeah? Something about a smoking head over and over again. The point is, it's been getting on my nerves. If that doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it my own way. Deal with it? How? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares herald executive managers such useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to continue wasting executive manager's precious time and cause him trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for consequences. Wow, it's like she's right here, speaking right to my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? I got proof too. I folded this piece of paper up into a padlock knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty good job of replicating it. One other thing, my compass disappeared. It's a compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Belmort trenches. We're going to have to reestablish some house rules soon. A theft report? Did one of you steal her compass or something? Nah, no way. We never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Oh, finally. Someone finally summoned a real concern here. Was it the Type A wire that causes the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the plant part from the shattering gear? The likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourself with this message. Well, that's that, I guess. Looks like... Look, I felt like I should really share this with everyone. This one might be something serious for once. I can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? You had to bring me up to speed on this. Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise outside at night, so we all ran out to see what happened. But no one managed to find any credible clue, so I guess we just let it slide. Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so he just moved on from it, but I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So here's my guess. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting the anonymity thing on this. Gregor, he wouldn't... The alarm clock, broken due to shock at the time of incidents, was pointing precisely at 22:32. 10:32. And at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for the night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. Around 10 o'clock, one of the 2 individuals who were on night watch duty was... Yep, Miss Foss was one of them. Hey Dante, didn't you have a brief conversation with Foss that morning? I had to think back on it.
I did have a talk with Foss that day, briefly. Foss made a few criticisms of my command style. She was right, but I pretended to not hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Foss actually held a grudge against me for that. So, fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As you know, Manager Bud, there's only two among us who smoke. But one of them stayed put in his own room. Know what I mean? There is a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she'll come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish was the duo of Captain Scorps and the One-Eyed Navigator. To explain the lore of Captain Scorps, this tale began verily in the year 757. After a very long read, alas, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one could have expected. Thus did I convince young Gregor to join forces with me to cosplay together and capture our glorious forms in photographs. Though 'twas a pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth. Young Ishmael's compass was to be the captain's trinket, and for that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. I'm going to borrow this forever. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna. Another prop, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the tunny aroma lingereth still. I beg thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire. Well, at least we now know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. T-seat, what the fuck? GWNN and much to learn. Is this like a code? Sinclair, translation please. Trying to parse that from a written text is usually way harder. I never try to read the speaker's tone and general content of the words, so unfortunately the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to try to find a culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like I just been reminded of a persistent itch I'd managed to forget. It's like someone shoved a tuning fork in my head. Guys. Alright, that's it, clock up. Head, read up. I'm going to confront Desaad and tell him like it is if there's something bugging him instead of whinging in his sleep. Now where is he? Hey, nice. Looks like there's anonymous person trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante. Fare you well. It is I, the sinner first in the order. Apologies are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself to a restful sleep. In truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. What the fuck? Mr. Easy. To explain this, one must first explore. The sentence cuts off as this part of the paper has been torn off. Worry not about what exists no longer. I will not embark on a multiloquent ascribing of excuses. I write before you in shame. Express my willingness to accept any punishment you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was Esau. I mean, that sinner. Good thing he fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? It seems to me the number one sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds the way to the original writer. This returns the number one sinner's paper. This has to be the key to resolving the case. I hurry to unfold the purple, the truth of what transpired. Ever find yourself wondering if that crackling fire-like thing on top of the manager's head is like hot like real fire, or if it would not give off any heat? Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Isong. It's not we have any other way to tell other than touching ourselves. Indeed. Unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. They're asleep. Must have been pretty tired. Indeed. The ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were just quickly check while the manager's asleep? Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. Isong, the alarm next to the manager is about to go off. You have a minute at most. I shall interface with that timepiece. Look at you rats playing a played-out prank. And that is indeed the full tale of what has transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it will almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that's where it ends. The culprit was right under our nose the entire time. It was you, Sinclair. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Otis was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit. I couldn't bring myself to you, you know. Can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you another truth, I think I might have an idea as to why I've been made a student alongside Miss Chichin. There must have been something that the company was expecting from me, but it's just not showing up, so they must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues and slowly overcoming them. Well, I'm still here, feeling like I'm stagnating in place. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know. I just got the feeling that the ship might have sailed for me already. It's clear to me that Sinclair wasn't just talking about physical training or his combat prowess. There's also something that more than half sinners had faced and were facing at this point, about his past and the path that lies ahead. The guilt and the pressure of having failed to confront it was never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got the perfect idea of how the whole trajectory of their lives is going to be. That's why we're all on this bus, isn't it? You know, you can just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will if I have to. However, that was, you guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Sorry about that. What Dante said was, hey, don't bother. I just need a quick glance at that look on your face to feel that tick-tock of my heart. Thus, the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. So, what do you guys think Ryosha was trying to say? Two culprits. Guy with nightly nightmares and my translator. I see. Sinclair and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence. Finally, the 30 days lessons were completed. The day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Jashi-Jin on her way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you have all the others. It is most likely you... What the fuck? This is like 3 hours, right? It's most likely you'll be facing off against a skilled foe from the Shui or Shi family. Of course, you'll doubtless wipe the 4 of them. I have taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, Shichin. Guys, you really didn't have to come here to see me off. Still, I have unending faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Zigon and I have prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry, so please don't worry yourself too much. Do you have faith in me or not? Upon our return to the classroom, we were greeted by an unexpected guest. It must be very nice to be Shichin, to have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It had been a while since we last saw Shui Baochai, which was during the regular assembly. What are you doing here, big sis Baochai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit out of pity. If only Shichin and Bao Yu both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Big sis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Bao Yu, it has always been this way. If a fruit has fully ripened, we have to seize it and taste its juices before anyone else. We can't just let go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't. My parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil we were. How do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes as the days go by fills me with abundance. I'm only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. But how could one do nothing but watch when we are surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, big sis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who had sent you that guest lecturer? Shichin's Pelican isn't headed to exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's heading to big sis Yuenchin's exam site. Blast the scoundrels. I must hasten after the Pelican before I lose track of them. We sprinted to the site even before Shui Baochai finished. Trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we also get going? Calm yourselves for a moment. Zigon swiftly came between us, clearly having taken the gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the Pelican has departed. It is better to move base on concrete evidence, not urgency, though a beast seems to have chosen the latter. I think I heard a faint sound of hooves coming from the direction Zigon was glancing in. So this is what you have chosen. Yes, the exam she's taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart, as you have decided to follow yours. Palchai smiled sweetly. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. Shui Balchai left the room wordlessly upon hearing that reply. Level 90? What the fuck? Oh wait, that's my level. That was long as fuck. We did a third, so I'll save this for some other time. I thought there would be like fights, but there wasn't, right?
나는 너무 걱정하지 말고 먼저 퇴.
Oh, achievements? What the fuck? Ah, so close. Raise Josh Chin's G stat to 800. Hero achievements. How do I do this? Okay, let me think about it carefully. This would give me enough to get that new Sinclair, which I want. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Try to figure out some combinations. Because tonight I just really need this new Sinclair. I have my combo list.
And this part's gonna take a while. You didn't need that blue one up, right?
조금씩 앞으로. 망설이지 않고 한 번. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해. 공황의 날개처럼. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
I finished this actually. It's like this is actually like Uma Musume. You know, I finished a career run. I gotta fucking redo it because it was I missed a stat. Just so I can get like a new welfare. No, it's Sinclair. The welfare unit Sinclair. Because they made his ass go back to school. I don't know yet. I have to. What do you call? I have to like ascend him first to see. You know, it's one of the Heisho animals. They made him the cock. They made the bunny girl very moe. She got a little rabbit badge.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것. 좋아.
How was your day been? I saw you were on Uma Musume. Tried another Goo Goo Gaga run. Goo Goo Babies.
이게 그거지? 잭팟! 꽃처럼 화려하면서 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼 날카롭게.
Rip.
그 해결사의 역경에 비해
When's your busy season over? Oh, I see.
공황이
You had to give up. You had to give up the Goo Goo Baby run for Miss Trainer Son says now. And here you are. Oh, I fucking hate the Americans. But now you're back. You know, Murderapolis is still Murderapolis. All that shit, you know.
지도자라면
I mean, things have cooled down
포기하지 않아.
at work. My supervisor's been like super fucking busy, and so there's been like no like work assignments. So I have to like dig through like the backlogs and make sure I'm like doing shit because like you have to always be productive. Yeah, there was like a football game last night, so he took the day off today. Wonder why. That sucks. Oh yeah, I mean like we all like struggle together though, that's the thing. Like I know I say like supervisor, it's just he's just the one in charge of our little group though. That's what it is. We have like so the positions are this, we have 3 devs including me, my supervisor who's the lead of our group, 1 QA and 1 PO who's the PO is the guy who like has to like talk with all the stakeholders on like what we need to do, and then has to take all their shit from them, even though he tells them no, we can't do this. They're like, well, fuck you, go do figure it out. He's like, fuck. Yeah, so like, you know, it's you know, like when you all struggle together, you all understand how it is. It's like that kind of situation for us. If you don't, the people who don't struggle with you, they'll never understand. What the fuck? Same shit happened back in school. We all got close together because we all struggled in class.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알고
I told you, right? Like, I think everyone except maybe like 1 or 2 people failed one of our exams, and like the professor got so depressed he just didn't show up.
그 해결사의 역경에
Oh yeah, I get that feeling. Yeah, I mean like my job's like, I don't know, I always hear like pretty shit, but I just like my coworkers.
지도자라면
It's like
포기하지
it
않아.
pays fine. Conditions are very enviable. Like other than like the bullshit the higher ups give, but I mean like working wise, like being able to work from home, that's definitely a fucking luxury. Coworkers are good, so I can't really complain too much about it, but like it could always be better, you know. I'm probably like underpaid, but it is what it is. I heard so I don't know if I mentioned like they fired a lot of people earlier this year, and then they're like saying, oh, what should we do for improvement? We should hire more developers. I'm like, what the fuck? What's the point of like firing everyone then? Now you have to like spend resources to train everybody again. Man, I fucked up. I have to like redo this fucking game again. Yep. Man, one Muslim is fucking hard. Oh, thank God. I have one more class left. Holy shit. I got so worried. Just give me 13, 14. That's not enough. Well, I don't need this one. Me 18, 20. That should be all 800. That sucks. I need to like maybe buy a new car. I don't know. I have one spare controller. I don't really like use it. Feet. I showed my friend that there's like a Shih Tzu has her feet on. He was like crashing out. He hates it so much. Yeah, I just been doing the thing where you like blow into it and like move it back and forth and then just hope it works. Sometimes that does it, sometimes it doesn't do it. It's like, it's playable. It sucks ass, but you can play with it. It's done on purpose. You can watch a video on it, like that they do this on purpose. They're and like they're if you like disassemble the controller yourself, you can like buy stuff to prevent the drifting for it. But that's like a lot of work. There's like little like stuff you can buy to prevent the drifting and like fix it permanently. And they're really cheap. It's just the problem is you have to like disassemble it, do all the stuff, and then reassemble it. Cultivate. Alright, let's go. So we're pretty much done. I'll be doing the exchange, and that'll be it for tonight. Thanks for hanging out. But yeah. Yeah, games like Marvel Rivals are such a pain in the ass. I'm so glad I'm a D-pad enjoyer for fighting games, because I know that shit would be happening all the time if I used the analog sticks.
주군께서 계명을 허락하셨어요. 마침내 동원의 드글거리는 해충을 꿰찌르고.
I have to read his little story. But yeah, they made him the cock. Yeah, I need that so I can do the mirror dungeon. The fuck? I should like do these mirror dungeon stuff eventually. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. I grew up on Mario, Super Nintendo. That shit had no analog stick. It was D-pad all the way. Alright, where is the cock? There he is.
억울할 것 없어요. 당신이 여기서 죽는 건 운이 나빠서도 죽은의 눈밖에 나서도 아니니까. 그저 네가 터무니없이 약했을 건.
3-star. There's 3, 2, and 1 star. 1 star is like the story. 2 star is like low units, but they don't make those anymore apparently. So you just have 3-star units now in the game. Basically, 3 stars are your gold servants, 2 stars are your silver servants, and 1 star are your bronze servants. But did Dong Wen not declare the end of the family hierarchy? As far as I know. Then what are they doing marching down the main street in broad daylight? Red-crested game fowls march grimly under the sun at the hour when shadows are short. There weren't any stomping of hooves or beating of drums, but anyone who'd been living in Huangyuan couldn't help but shrink with terror at the sight of this flock. They seem to be marching toward Dongwon. Oh, so I see some people like clowning on Genshin that for having like, oh, in order to get a Grail, you have to have C7 plus dupes or whatever, right? And I'm like, okay, yeah, that sucks ass, but like, they're giving you like a free character every 12 weeks so that you can get these Grails. I'm like, that's a little backwards in my opinion. You know, I think it'd be like the other way around. You know, they'll give you like a free Grail every 12 weeks and make you like pay like a ton of money to get these characters or something. But it's like, I'd rather take the free character every 12 weeks than a free Grail. Yeah, the Uso is a free Grail. So it's so backwards. Like most companies would make you like pay money for the character, right? Like, but no. You have to play the game. There are like missions you do every 12 weeks, and then you do the missions. You can get the free character. There's quite a lot too from the list that you can choose from. So there are like some characters I still don't have that are on there, like Ito. But I'm gonna shun her first, because she has like an insane buff apparently at C1. You seem to be marching toward Dongwon. Could it be treason? Impossible. Ishmael the Jia family may have had a relatively weak force, but we've all seen it, haven't we? Yes, the victory was uncontestable. She was bold, ambitious, and more importantly, legitimate. Just what in the world are they? No, let's not linger on it. We best head back and lock ourselves inside. We do not want to get caught outside when those violent beasts do their thing. But yeah, I was like, why are you clowning on... Yeah, she is. Why are you clowning on Genshin for like this thing? Like, yeah, this dumb Grail. You need like Uso for a Grail, but like it's giving you free characters so you can get these Grails faster. That sounds like amazing. Because I know people have been asking for like, okay, I want these characters and an easier way to obtain these characters, and like it's like, okay, yeah, every 12 weeks you got a free character. Just I'm like, damn. We do not want to get caught outside when those violent beasts do their thing. Merchants who were getting ready to open their stalls closed back up and locked themselves inside, while children who were about to leave were quickly ushered indoors by their parents. The Heisha may indeed wield terrifying power, but it almost seems as though they are somewhat overreacting. It need not be mentioned that the roosters were hardly the most powerful nor the most fear-inducing beasts of the Heisha packs. Yeah, that's what it is. If you guys, that's why they're giving free characters. So like, you can just like get dupes of a character you have to get the Grail. So that's like the main reason they're doing it. But most people are just going to get characters they don't have. Need not be, and then get the Grails from the standard banner dupes, because I have like C7 Kuching, and then oh yeah, they retroactively apply it too, just like they did with HSR. It need not be mentioned that the roosters were hardly the most powerful nor the most fear-inducing beasts of the Heisho packs, but no resident of Hongyuan found this behavior odd. Everyone in Hongyuan knew that if roosters walked the streets, an all-out war must have broken out somewhere in Hongyuan. That's just the director actually give it out. Yeah, oh, fucking chat lag, epic. Yep, 9/11. That's in 2 days. Everyone in Hongyuan knew that. If roosters walked the streets, an all-out war must have broken out somewhere in Hongyuan. By the time we get to Xiaoling's room, they'll probably start turning the lights off in Hongyuan. So why the Lord choose us for this mission? I wonder. Nighttime's usually for snakes and hares, isn't it? I'm just getting Morgan. I don't know about you. Oh, there's a special banner for this. What the fuck? Is this a ticket thing? Let's see. I didn't know there was a ticket. I thought it was just a Castoria Morgan banner. This ticket is news to me. Give me a minute then. Let's see. I have all. Oh, fuck. Let's do. I've been taking a look at the servant thing, so give me a moment. Oh, this is tough. What the fuck? I'm probably gonna get Crim held because I was really tempted to roll on her. I saw her on the banner with Angina. I'm like, oh my god, I would really like Crim Hill, but I was like, oh, but Morgan's like coming up soon. That's fucked up. Oh, I have Medea Lily. I forgot to put that crosser out. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I might do Crimhild. Because I don't know, I want her. The other one would be, Yume Ren. But yeah, between those two, it's tough. The reason to hide and be all covert, that's why. I'm not complaining. Haven't you been getting tired of fighting amongst ourselves? Sinking our claws in our own? That's true, I guess. I guess that's true. Roosters have very little to do in times of peace. And mostly be summoned as guards, but even then, no one would really aim to give them an excuse to actually go all out. But not this master. Yeah, I think she's cool. Xiaoling of the Shi family, huh? Isn't he a member of the H-Court board? The other board members won't be too happy to hear this, I'm sure. Maybe our lord's planning something big. I wouldn't mind being used and discarded as pawns as long as I get discarded in the battlefield. But I'm pretty sure our current lord wouldn't waste us like that. I guess so. He sure is something, I'll give him that. The way he wields the other branches is certainly a sight to behold. Still, I hope the board of directors fights back. If they do, they'll be sending soldiers of their own, right? That's so exciting. I've always wanted to be in a fight after fight after fight. Befitting the station of a member of the board, the room we walked into was awe-inspiring wide, impossibly tall to the point where they could hardly gauge the distance between ground level and the top. But none of it deterred the child. He giddily grabbed his weapon and marched on. The Lord commanded that this was to be an extermination. Let's sweep them floor to floor, toward the absolute joy of battling that awaited them. This should be more than enough defense, right? Sir, your room is filled from top to bottom with all kinds of deadly traps. Not even serpents or hares would find it easy to infiltrate. You only have to survive until the motion of no confidence put to vote, and flee through the secret exit. Sir, it's an emergency. It's the roosters. The game falls are rising to this floor. What? Oh hey, look, everyone's here. Indeed, it seemed that they triggered every trap on their way up here. The flock of roosters standing by the door were practically torn to shreds, their skin and flesh cut to ribbons and hanging loose, their feathers broken and bloodied, but their bloodshot eyes only burned with mad ferocity. The pain and struggle only seemed to invigorate them, as their every move seemed to be practically vibrating with excitement. Those mad roosters can't be negotiated, sir. You have to run. The soldiers moved to attack, but they were no match for the battle-high roosters. Even when they were somehow able to lodge a battle axe in their shoulders, the thrashing only grew wilder. And when their legs were broken, they would drag themselves across the floor with their arms just to get another hit in. The mad dance of roosters finally met their match, only after most of the soldiers were wiped out. So, they're the fabled roosters, eh?
You hit it, obviously. If you have practice perfect, you do hit these 30%, not gonna lie. You can get it from Kita-san, the practice perfect. Oh, I've been using this. Oh, rip. But yeah, I've been using this as like a little cheat sheet for what event gives what, to help speed things up. Cause sometimes you get some random bullshit event that from like that's not in your deck list. I'm like, fuck. So they're the fabled roosters, eh? A sizable, rather expensive-looking workshop gear swept the room. In a blitz, turned two overzealous roosters to mush. Perhaps they saw a glimmer of hope. The survivors all ran to hide behind the honored guests of the house. I thought the family hire was over. Or am I a little behind on news? Oh, don't forget to sign up for graded leagues. Just protect us, save us, and we will make it worth your while, please. Huh, looks like I'll be pulling some emergency contract fees tonight. Alright, come get me, huh? He confidently stepped forward only to be flabbergasted. None of the roosters are going after him. He swings his weapon, crushes a rooster's leg, but none of them even bat an eye in his direction. The roosters weren't going after him. They were obsessively going after the family on their shoulders. You damn chicken shits, come here, fight me. I'm sorry, we roosters don't want a good fight. We're just looking for more fights, that's all. The guest, despite his efforts, was only able to protect just one or two major members of the family, but he could not stop the massacre that took place. The chaotic storm of blades, dozens of lives were lost, and the flaming swords of the roosters burned up any hiding places to ash. Indeed, the roosters weren't looking for a good fight. They were looking to get into as many as they could, and to drench themselves in the hottest clashes. The fighting roosters would turn away from the mighty and instead go off to seek different battlefields. One of them, the child, was staring quietly into the guest's eyes with an incendiable look before slowly walking up to him. You! By this point, the guest was hyperventilating, his arms tired and hanging by his side. The trembling in his legs seemed to suggest that he was barely standing. He realized that the look in the child's eye had changed to that of a hunter's eye, eyeing his prey. If you really were strong, so strong that you would prove too much for the roosters, then you wouldn't have been staring at our flock. You would have been met by a tiger. Our new lords, particularly good with wielding the heisho. Let's spark the blood flame blade. The guest barely manages to parry the child's strike away, but that single clash was enough for him to realize that he was spent, that he couldn't handle even a single rooster. He turned tail, abandoning those he agreed to protect. One of the roosters on the ground, whom he had thrashed to mulch earlier, suddenly came to and grabbed his ankle. Let go, damn it, let go! As for the rest, the child barely had to do anything. The roosters, high on blood and battle, were dancing in an endlessly party of death. Hold on, I surrender. Feed me, I'm not in a war. Make me write a contract. Whatever your lord wants. Oh, but we can't do that. Once the blood flame blade begins to burn, I can hardly let it go out. Wanna know something? Sword keeps itself burning via the friction of blood against oil, which means we can't stop the bloodshed. Perhaps the child's master would have taken the guest under his wing. He was rather capable, after all. But unfortunately for him, the child and his flock of roosters weren't thinking about something so grand as the future of Hongyuan. They were just happy to kill. I think they made like Honolulu look super hot in his new identity. This is a Honolulu that failed to save his sister, which is sort of sad. I gotta level them up. Oh, I think it looks hot.
나는 너무 걱정하지
And
마.
then send him to the mirror dungeon. Okay, cool. I got the bonuses. Who the fuck? Oh. I'm so far behind. I gotta watch season 2 and then like what, season 3 or whatever. I've been watching like Sakamoto Days. I've been really liking it. It's been a lot of fun. I highly recommend it.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않고.
이건 직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요.
I've been like actually excited to watch it weekly because I'm having so much fun watching it.
적절하지 못했습니다. 개체의 정보까지 일일이 읽어내는 기능.
For me, it comes out like on Monday. I think for you, it come out like on Tuesday or something.
목을 떨고 싶어.
I'll just hop on a Monday, turn Sakamoto Days on, and go like hell yeah.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
어버이의 그 유치한 말씀 도움이 될 때가 있네요. 화가 나서 제대로 된 판단이 안 서는 모양입니다.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원할 뿐.
보려내라.
훌륭하군요. 유팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어요. 가는 신나. 노래
길을 열어. 정작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Yeah, me neither. I was like, what happened was like I didn't have anything to watch, so I was like, oh, Sakamoto Days. I'll start that up, you know. And then like as the more episodes I watched, I was like getting more and more into it. And now that I'm on season 2, I've been watching it weekly because it's been just like a blast to watch.
저는 언제나 옳은 말.
I think like when I first watched it, it was like pretty much almost all season 1 was all like aired at the time.
죽어라.
Now I'm like caught up. I'm like fuck. My dad's like, that's how they get you. They'll have cliffhangers, and then you'll be like, damn, I gotta wait a week, and he'll keep watching. I'm like, yeah, I know how it works. I've been watching anime forever. Probably his fault.
직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
이거 잘 활용하면 우리한테 유리하게 될
Yeah, the other 2 anime I'm watching is like Togenanki and what was it?
숨통 끊기.
Hell's Paradise.
방금 멋졌어.
Hell's Paradise looks really good, but I'm like, it's alright, I guess. Nothing. It feels like nothing's happening, you know, because you know, like the beginning's all set up. Like a lot of stuff happens, but like at the same time, nothing happens. I think it looks nice though. And then Togenanki is like, it's so that the budget is so shit, but
그렇게만 해주세요.
it's like it's not good or bad. It's like very mid, but like it's entertaining enough, I guess. Togenanki is the one where like all the girls have like huge breasts.
혹시 우리를
That's the default size. It's pretty funny. Nothing ever happened real, yeah.
내가 정할 순 없겠네.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
아쉽다. 해냈구나. 시도는 좋았어요. 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
Super fake or minor top goon?
대단한 능력을 갖추고 있고 이제 제가 늘
이제야
말씀드린
실력을 좀 내시네요.
저는 언제나
평소에도 이러면
옳은
얼마나
말만 한답니다.
가치 없군.
Alright, that should be my missions done for this.
내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야. 근데 내일도 지금처럼 조용하려나?
That sucks ass.
나는 너무 걱정하지 말고.
우마무스메 브리티다리
Whoa, that's huge. No! Highly recommend Sagamore Days. It's all oil farming too, by the way. I don't have Crunchyroll, I just have Netflix. So I don't know what they got on Crunchyroll. They have like a ton of anime though. 망했다. But don't forget, go to race events and select graded league. Click this one. The open league is way harder for less points. Is there other space in this? Nope. It's really dumb, cause like yeah, you can switch anytime within the 3 days. Cause so okay, what they do is like open league is for min maxers. Cause you can only have up to like a B, so they like make like the perfect like a B ranked horses, and it's so fucking annoying. Let's see. Whereas like graded league, it's just like anyone that can play graded league, and like maybe you'll get some wins, maybe you'll lose. You know, it is what it is. And you get more rewards for playing graded. No. Like, it feels really backwards, like it's like that. But that's how it is. Yeah, cause like after a while you will naturally get like grade A horses, right? So all those are illegal to use in the open league. You're only allowed B or lower. And then fighting people with calculators, that's rough. It's easier just to like, oh, I need to get big numbers, then I need this number to be this number. I need this one to be this number. I need to have only this many skills. That's rough. I could not play against that. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm trying harder with vodka, but that's because like my goat's so fucking ass. I have to like try super hard just to have a chance with her. People are like, oh, why are you using this shit horse? I'm like, fuck, she's my favorite. What am I supposed to do? Not bring my fave? I thought this game was supposed to be about having fun with your faves. Oh, let me like set some races up so we can like see what she does. These are like all the sweats play. It's so hard. Fuck, this is one of those min-maxers that I was talking about. It's fucking B rank only. It's so good. That shit is like a little guard against like other stuff, because it makes it harder for you to like fail your practice, obviously. People be like, who's this freak bringing in vodka? Because like vodka is not built for long races. We partake in some eugenics, I suppose. Oh, I should have taken a mood boost. Fuck. Oh, that's the other thing you have to do. You have to make sure like their mood is always great, because you get like a ton of points from that when you do like that training together. So a lot of like cars just give you like mood boosts all the time, so you can just like grab it from that. And it also affects your races. You do like better in races if you have a good mood. See these nuts. Nice. I'm building this goal sheet to be like a parent for Urara, because you need like 9 long, 9 turf, and that sounds miserable. I couldn't even get like 9 long for my vodka. This stupid like slot game is so hard. I can't wait for an update that like does it for you. Because you can there's an update that like increases your chances. You pay like some gems, but like you just get like the increased chances of stat you want. Like, and I'm like, that would save so much time and effort. No, not that one. There's an update that like you can like get increased chances of, so you can choose like which pink spark or whatever one you want, right? So it'll lock it in, and then there's another one that like lets you re-roll it infinitely amount of times. I'm like, so like once you finish your career, so then you're guaranteed to get the one you selected, and then you can like re-roll that constantly instead of having to do like another run. I was like, damn, I wish they implemented that on launch. Because that makes like your future runs really good. Like see, this is like 4 stamina, 7 stamina, 10 stamina, right? So she gets like a ton of like stamina, which makes her like not fucking die during a race. In a career, you really want like speed and stamina. Depends on like what type of race you do. Of the current cast, yes. But all her siblings are freaks.
トレーニングの時間ですね。
It's all her dad's fault, though. Except the one that looks like Jotaro. That one's like normal.
余裕余裕なあ走ってきていいか無駄に元気があり余って
I think this one has, yeah.
4番人気。
余裕余裕
Oh my fucking god.
脚力出発私のファイよっしゃ
やるわよ。合体魔法。
よっとろよっしゃ
You know who I think is cool doing this game? Fucking Digitan. Agnes Digital. I think she's funny.
気合いだ 気合いだ
I think like once she gets added into the game, she's like one of the only fans your horse will have immediately if you like fail the debut race. Which I thought was cool.
実力は必要。
Normally you want to pick this option during the senior year, but I already have like max HP, so it's useless.
トレーニングの時間ですね。 一緒に頑張りましょうね。 トレーニングの時間ですね。
Give me some both of these nuts.
トレーニングの時間ですね。
이러면 일단
Oh my god, long. Wow. Ah! Damn it. Real. No rainbows, what the fuck? She got too much energy, I don't know. She's not the only one that does that during the summer. Damn, no rainbow then? What the fuck? Oh. I just pray 3-star long. That's all I need. I can stop fucking like using these parents. Because I don't have Narita Taishin, who you need for Raw for whatever reason. There's vodka. Easy, yeah. That knock is like loud as hell. Sounds like a real person knocking. Oh my fucking god, I didn't get it. Alright, do some room matches and be done. That's it. Thanks for joining. Let's see. This guy won the fucking last one. So we'll see if they were just lucky and I was super unlucky and I was mauled over that, or... Oh, to kill Narita Taishin, this pink jacket one, you can bring your own Haruo and just like kills her.
人気の1番ゴールドシップこの状況どう見ますか？
I got like so unlucky. I got so fucking mad.
エアグルーブ快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭はエアグルーブ
Canada's got the worst luck, I think, though.
離されて2番手はガイバスカーレット大きく離れて動くか4番手にはナイスネイチャー3番ゴールドシップ続いているその外並んで松金福来たる8番ゴールドシップ外から行くそれを見るように1番ゴールドシップさらには成田大使第4コーナーカーブ先頭がやや速いのか隊列は縦長になっています
Come on, Vodka. You can do it.
先頭は依然エアグルーブ4馬身リード続いてガイバスカーレット3番手には動くかそしてその後ろから行くのは3番ゴールドシップ1個目のホームストレッチです5番手には1番ゴールドシップ少し後ろから松金福来たるさらに8番ゴールドシップ少し離れてナイスネイチャーその後成田大使意気揚々と先頭行きますエアグルーブどうでしょうこの展開
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
エアグルーブまだリードをキープ
Oh my goal, she's going for it.
ゴールドシップ3番手動くか4番手さあ1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち先頭エアグルーブレースはよどみなく進んでいます1馬身離れてガイバスカーレット3番手8番ゴールドシップ1馬身差動くか差がなく1番ゴールドシップ外成田大使そのうち並んで3番ゴールドシップその後からナイスネイチャー外には松金福来たるガイバスカーレット先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
2周目の向こう正面に入って変わらず先頭を突き進みますガイバスカーレット依然先頭はガイバスカーレット5馬身離れてエアグルーブその後ろに8番ゴールドシップ1番ゴールドシップここにいますそしてその内を回って動くか外を回ります成田大使3番ゴールドシップ並びかけてきた残り1000メートルを通過そしてナイスネイチャーそしてその外を回って松金福来たる先頭は変わらずガイバスカーレット2番手に外から成田大使内の方から8番ゴールドシップ1番ゴールドシップこの位置につけています第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう
ここからスパート。
Oh, I just fucking died. This car, I got that stupid boost.
ギリギリ詰める8番ゴールドシップまだ差があるここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか400を切りました最後のコーナー最初に立ち上
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
8番ゴールドシップ並びかけてきた8番ゴールドシップここで抜け出した200を通過8番ゴールドシップリードは1馬身8番ゴールドシップ足色は衰えない強すぎる先頭は変わらず
Yeah, okay, fuck you. That's so bullshit. They won a tourist cup. My team beats them. I hate this game. I hate this game. Yeah, they really did get lucky. It's so unfair. Oh my god, why is she in a bad mood?
今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気6番ゴールドシップ、4番エアグルーヴ会長に飛ばして行きます。さあ花に立ったのは4番エアグルーヴ。このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は1番エアグルーヴ、3番手にはガイバスカーレット、あとは動くか。外から成田ブライアン、2馬身差待ちかね福来たる、そしてその内を回って8番ゴールドシップ、外から行く6番ゴールドシップ、内を回って3番ゴールドシップ、意気揚々と先頭へ行きます。4番エアグルーヴ、どうでしょうこの展開。
かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。
まもなく第4コーナーカーブ、前から大きく開きました。間延びした展開です。
後方の馬娘が差し返せるのか気になる開きです。
順位を振り返っていきます。先頭は変わらず4番エアグルーヴ、まずは1周目正面スタンド前に入った。続いて1番エアグルーヴ、3番手にガイバスカーレット、そしてその後ろから行くのは動くか。5番手成田ブライアン、その外並んで待ちかね福来たる、さらに6番ゴールドシップ、少し後ろから8番ゴールドシップ、その後ろから3番ゴールドシップ、4番エアグルーヴ、 戦闘を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
4番エアグルーヴ、彼女の客室には合っていますね。
1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう。先頭4番エアグルーヴ、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。
Man, this Scarlet's probably gonna win.
3番手後ろ成田ブライアン、1馬審査待ちかね福来た。並んできた。その後3、4馬身開いて8番ゴールドシップ、そしてその後方には6番ゴールドシップ、少し離れて3番ゴールドシップ。先頭は相変わらず4番エアグルーヴ、2周目の向こう上面、各馬娘たちの動きが激しくなっています。まだ牽制し合っているのか、互いに探り合いのままレースが進みます。
これだけ密集していると紛れがありそうですね。
依然として4番エアグルーヴ、1馬身離れて1番エアグルーヴ、そしてその外を回ってダイワスカーレット、それを見るように成田ブライアン、さらにはウォッカ、残り 1000m を通過。内には8番ゴールドシップ、3番ゴールドシップ、伸びてくるか。現在1番手はダイワスカーレット、その後ろに成田ブライアン、そしてウォッカ、内で3番ゴールドシップ、4馬審査4番エアグルーヴ、6番ゴールドシップ、外から行く。第4コーナーを
How the fuck did Vodka speed up this fast?
一気にレースが動きます。
Come on, come on, come on, come on!
このまま直接の争いになるのか。6番ゴールドシップ、外で足を溜めています。
Oh my god.
最終コーナーを曲がって先陣を切ったのは成田ブライアン、外を回っていったのはウォッカ、3番ゴールドシップ、すごい足で上がってきた。
Come on, Vodka.
200を通過。3番ゴールドシップ、ここで抜け出した先頭3番ゴールドシップ、しかしその差はわずか。
Oh my god.
2人並んでゴールイン。
What? Oh, she's so sad. She barely lost.
その後は3番ゴールドシップ、2着ウォッカ、3着成田ブライアン。
Do you see this stats? These are like some fucking bullshit. What the fuck? How'd she get 5th place? So like right now, like I'm doing pretty good, right? And then to like in a couple days, like on 9/11, when the fucking the Gemini Cup is out, I'm gonna get my ass beat. This game is too fucking hard. They give you only like 2 weeks to train, whereas like in like every other server they get like a whole month. Like come on, dude.
誰が先頭に抜け出す。
Everyone got late start. The fuck? How?
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気4番成田大臣声優スカイ快調に飛ばしていきます。先頭は声優スカイ大臣。
Saiyan's guy just came out today. I can't believe there are people who like already have parents set up for her.
さあ花に立ったのは声優スカイ。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはエアグルーヴ、2番ゴールドシップ、3番手ウォッカ、4番手その外並んで8番
Nasty nature.
1番ゴールドシップ。
I'm using Fukukitaru because she's really good for long races and has like a special debuff if you run her on the long.
を保っているようですね。
順位を振り返っていきます。声優スカイまだリードをキープしています。
But like lazy people can just use their nasty nature from the last
周目正面
cup.
前に上がっていく。さらに8番成田大臣。
I tried building another nice nature, but I think like Fukukitaru is easier to do.
佐藤真のトップガン。声優スカイ先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。
Apparently, a lot of people have a hard time saying Matikane Fukukitaru. It's like it's not that hard.
エアグルーヴ、そしてその後ろから行くのは2番ゴールドシップ、ウォッカ、外から行く。
But like, you don't have to say the Matikane part, so.
成田大臣1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう。先頭声優スカイ、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。3馬身離れてエアグルーヴ、大きく離れてウォッカ、4番手には綾のトップガン、5番
And then you have Matikane Tannhauser, who's just Mambo. No, Fukukitaru is the orange one I have right now. It's this one. This is Fukukitaru. Mambo is Tannhauser.
先頭を行きます。声優スカイどうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気
They
味。
both have the Matikane
を入れるタイミングが
in their name.
2周目の向こう正面、各馬娘たちの動きが激しくなっています。集団が一つにまとまって混戦状態です。
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
現在1番手は
I don't know why anyone run front runners. They're so ass. They always get like taken over.
ウマ娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
Pace chasers and enclosers are like the best ones to run. Fuck. This goal she is too fast. I mean, 2 out of 3 is like not bad though. Plus, like Vodka got like second again, like consistently. She's doing really fucking good. Like, look at these stats though. What the fuck am I supposed to do? My Vodka's like struggling here. I had to do so much just to get this long S. Whereas like Golshi just needs like a 1 proc and automatically gets it. It's not fair. Oh my fucking god. Stamina Eater. Does anyone else have Stamina Eater? Intense Gaze. That doesn't do anything. Nothing. Yeah, my goal she got nuked. Oh my, let me see this. Okay, so this person is Kinzo. Okay, so no. What the fuck? How she like survived the nuke? Oh, she has like all these fucking recovery skills. So my goal she got nuked from all this bullshit here. And we had like the late start. It was rough. Damn. Alright. Let me menu a bit and then yeah, we're done. Well, I hope you've been doing this. Not this, but like the potential stuff, you know. Getting them to like the potentials they need. Like goals she needs this. Let's see. I don't know who you have, but I'm just like in general. If you have air group, she needs this. The nice nature needs this. Yeah. Super Creek needs this. Like as you play, you know, you should be like getting the potentials up. It gives them unlocks like new skills for them. Just something to keep an eye out. You should get this for your Mayano. This is like really good though. But yeah, just like keep an eye on that. You know, your star unlock. This is your grailing system. I need like 300 more. You get stuff from here, obviously. I'm trying to get like I probably need to get this one next. This one's like really good. But oh yeah, that's fuck. You can like buy statues, which is sort of like the grail points in this game. I need like so much though. I want to roll, but like, let's see. There isn't like anyone that I want. I think everyone I want is gonna be coming out later. Where the fuck's the banner list? Gotcha, yeah. And then switch to JP. Let's see, currently we are on the Same Sky banner. Hishi Amazon's next. L and Grass Wonder is after, then Fuji Kisaki, Gold City. 5 banners or so, we will get the summer outfits. One's the Maruzensky summer and another Special Week summer. The Maruzensky summer one's like meta, so I'm pretty sure you like the summer outfit characters, so grab the Maruzensky one. She's really good. And then like the one I really want is like for a while. Sucks. Oh well. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. It was fun. Oh yeah, I'll send you Maruzensky summer. This granny. I sent you a picture of the grandma. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. Talk to you later. Bye bye.